Washington State ready to kick off as it's time to get things started. Coming out with it, it's Bell. The coverage team maintains his discipline, not much doing on that return. They got an incredibly efficient performance from this guy last time out. Now, Jesse, it's about making that a consistent thing.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing watching that tape back from his last game was the ball never touched the ground, David. It was amazing. And it wasn't that he was so accurate throwing the ball deep down the field. It's just that the ball was always going to the open guy. He did a really good job checking it down, taking the profit when it wasn't open downfield. That kept the offense on schedule. That's really important for this offense today.
And when you're watching it as a defensive player and coming to this football game, man, you know this is going to be a challenge. I better get pressure on this guy. If I let him feel comfortable, you'll see another day like last week. I mean, that dude was accurate. Almost every ball was caught. They were in rhythm. They're going to have to find some creative ways to get him off his spots and make him feel uncomfortable.
To the air, it's Frost. Looking down the middle. A strike downfield. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. Gonna look downfield again. Got it in the middle, it's Bell.
I'll tell you, this slot receiver, he really does give his quarterback a nice option. Runs really good routes. He's got nice hands, and you saw it on that last play.
Oh, better look out. He's brought down, but it'll be enough for a first down. Sixth play of the drive coming up. They'll run it from the gun. He's going to lose a yard on that one. The negative play leaves him with 2nd and 12. Looking to fire. Throws to the wideout. Makes the grab. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. Wants to throw on first down. Caught in the backfield, it's Hardy. And they'll shove him out of bounds after the short gain. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. Back to pass. Fired that thing out in a heartbeat, but it's incomplete. They're about to snap it for the 10th time on this opening drive, but they need a conversion to keep the drive alive on 3rd down. Finds his big tight end. And what a throw to get it in there, and they've got it in business in the red zone at the 13. Off the play fake on first down. He's got him. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. Quarterback running on the draw.
You know, I really like this QB running the football because I know he's got a lot of speed, but he's not the biggest guy in the world. So he's not going to be able to break a lot of tackles. You really got to do a good job of trying to scheme ways to get him out more speed.
Pulls it in and runs into the end zone for a touchdown.
How about the start from this offense? What a drive. Just when they needed a 3rd down conversion, they got it. They put a bunch of plays together, kind of wore the defense out, and in the end, punched it in for 6.
Getting set for the extra point after putting the scoreboard to work for the first time. And with the extra point, they get the first 7 of the game. That is what they mean when they say ball control, a 14-play touchdown drive. And they finish things off with an 8-yard toss for the score. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. So the Washington State Cougars offense headed onto the field. Our first look at them today. And, David, they've got a guy outside that has a lot of potential, but he has to prove that he can be a go-to guy.
No, 100%. They are going to have to depend on him to make plays, to consistently catch the football, to make those one-on-one matchups, make the defense really pay when they choose to do that. I think he's the guy that can do that in spurts, Jesse.
Yeah, he doesn't terrify this defense. We know that, having talked to the defensive staff going into this game, but they have seen him flash before on film. They know he has the ability to make the wow play. For them to win this game, though, you get the sense he's going to have to make a few of those for this offense.
He just needed a yard on third down, and there just wasn't any room to pick it up. Boots' first of the day away was called on 4 times in the victory last week. Makes a move. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. Little touch pass to the receiver. Continuing to turn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. And now on second down for this offense. Give to the big fullback. They get him on the ground at the 37, but give him 15 yards on that chunk play, and they'll move the chains. Back to throw, it's Frost. Quick strike complete.
And that's a really nice route by the wide receiver, just understanding I got to win right now. I got to get inside of that guy, and I know I'm going to get contact. You run over the middle of the field on a slant, you're going to get hit. Nice job securing the catch, making the play.
Now to see if these guys can get back in the game in the second quarter. First play of the period, first down here. From the red zone, he's going to throw it. Catch in the middle, it's Bell. He hauled that one in and got it down to the 15-yard line.
The 15-yard line brings up second down.
Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. Pulled down at the 11-yard line as they inch closer and closer to pay dirt. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. They'll try to power their way ahead. He gets it all the way down to the 5-yard line, and that's where they'll have it first and goal. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. The offense threatening, close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. On the move. They make the stop, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's all about.
Offside defense.
And this is what's going to drive coaches crazy. It's mental errors, right? It doesn't take any talent or lack of talent to have that penalty. You just got to watch the ball, and when it's snapped, get after the quarterback.
And he's into the end zone for a touchdown. That touchdown gives his team a pretty significant lead at this point.
And that's what you want. You want to start fast. You want everything to come out, start clicking, make some plays. It doesn't always work that way, but when you do, man, the energy, the crowd, everybody's into it. Now the other team better respond.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point makes it 14-0. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Hey, guys, just wanted to give you a quick update on a game happening in the SEC. Georgia is on top, but this is a close game. And, you know, back in the day, you'd feed Herschel Walker and go home. That guy needs to emerge for them today. They're up by a field goal over Arkansas. We'll keep an eye on things until the final horn in a game that could shake things up a bit.
He's going to fire deep. And they can't make the connection, going for a big play on first down. Plenty of work to do here on second and long. A designed run for the quarterback. Breaks into the open. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hit. The Cougars come to the ball trying to pick up this third and short. Dropping back, it's Potter. Throws to the tight end. And they can't make the play on third down. They bring the punter onto the field now. He'll go back to work and punt it away for the second time. He makes a fair catch, couple of steps inside his own 25 at the 23-yard line. They'll go back to work on offense. Creates a little space. They make the stop, but he'll have enough yardage for a first down. Big chunk play to start this drive. Now they'll really try to take it to this defense. This defensive front just ran free in the backfield. He'll lose 3. Last play was a near disaster. Now dealing with 2nd and 13. Give to the fullback. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. It'll be 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Caught over the middle. It's Hardy. They're going to stop him short, and man, we haven't seen a lot of that. This offense has been a machine on 3rd down. Gets his first one of the day off. He was called on 4 times in last week's win. That thing was down for a while, but the big bounce carried it into the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. To say this is a slow start would be an understatement. They haven't even made the chain gang move yet. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
And this offense, man, they're going to have to figure something out. And this is already getting out of hand, but they're going to have to protect their quarterback. They're going to have to start throwing the football and having some success, because right now, they got a bagel up on the scoreboard.
And the Cougars with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. They want to run it left here. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. Quickly to the tight end. He stopped right at the 22, and that'll bring us to 4th down. Washington State sends out the punt unit. Wants to return it. Looking for running room. He'll get it to the 43-yard line before he stops. Here comes the offense back onto the field. Motion from the wideout. They'll go to the ground. There he goes. He puts him in business across the 50 into the 46-yard line. It'll be first down. Pulls and throws off the RPO. Stopped after a good pickup, and he'll be just a tad short of the first down. Line getting set on 2nd down. He'll do it himself. It's a fumble. Defense covering it up and not letting the offense get it back. It's a turnover.
And I absolutely love the option, but this is part of it, right? The quarterback has to make a lot of reads really quickly and then carry the football and take care of that thing. So I think, the fumble was caused there. We don't know why, but this is part of the option risk you run by running it.
Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. They really didn't move the ball at all the last time they had it, and hoping for better fortune this time around. Great penetration by this defense, and they knock him down behind the line, a loss of 1. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. To the air, it's Potter. Got his man. No chance to run, but still a good gain. We're at the 2-minute timeout, and these guys really need to build a little momentum to cut into this lead before halftime. The Cougars come to the line on 3rd and short, trying to keep the drive alive. Takes it from the gun on 3rd down. Snagged in the middle. It's McClain. He'll be stopped short of the line to gain. Needed about 3 more on that one. Referee signals timeout as the defense wanting to make sure that they have everything just right with a big play coming. He'll call for the fair catch and make it at the 14, and they'll be backed up to start this drive. Hold and fire complete. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play.
No gain on the play. Second down coming up.
Second down, they'll go to the air. Grab behind the line. It's Hardy. Turning it on. That's a nice pickup to give them some breathing room, and they've got it out to the 27. Offense getting set for first down.
First down for the offense.
Wide receiver comes in motion. Sticks it in his belly. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Timeout called by the offense, and now they just have 1 remaining in the half. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Gives it on the option. And they'll stop him after a minimal pickup. Offense calls a timeout here. Critically important to make sure they have the right play called and everyone on the same page here. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. And here comes the punt team. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Perhaps feeling that coverage coming, signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 25. Inside 30 seconds to play in the half. We'll see how aggressive they are on this drive. The give to the tailback. He's going to lose a yard on that one. That's going to wrap up the first half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
Thanks, fellas. Perfect chance for us to put the first 2 quarters under the microscope. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. And on that note, time to throw it back to our guys at the stadium.
We are just about ready to start the second half.
Set to advance on the play.
And he hauls it in, and everybody's on the edge of their seats. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. Down 2 possessions to start this 3rd quarter. They'd love to build some early momentum.
You ain't lying, because you only got so many possessions here in the 2nd half, so now you're down. I got to maximize every single one. Put your best plays together. Start this drive off on a good note.
Yeah, it starts.
Oh, he's got some space. Touchdown, Cougars. Great job by the back on the option.
Man, it's easy to call plays when I got guys like this who can take the ball and rip it 70-plus to the house. How about the speed? He showed you a little bit of wiggle. This dude's got it all. Nice touchdown run by the running back.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. Only took 2 plays to find the end zone on that drive, and gashing them on the touchdown run finished it off. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. And we'll see the offense make its way onto the field here, hoping for a successful drive. Holden finds his man on the left. Good, solid pickup on that one. They've got it out to the 40, and it's first down.
And first down for the offense.
Use the play fake. Now to throw. That's caught. It's Bell.
And quarterback dropping back, understanding I'm getting zone coverage. All I got to do is be a little bit patient, manipulate that defense a little bit. My wide receiver runs that drag, and I get the first down.
This time they'll go to the running game. All down, but he has enough to move the chains. They'll snap it from the 47 on first down.
First down.
Right back to the well. That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball. Looking for room. It's Hardy. He had all kinds of company as soon as he got it, and he had to fight his way back just to get to the line of scrimmage. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They've got to come up with a big play on this 3rd and long. Back to throw, it's Frost. Grabbed in the middle, it's Strickland. He's brought down at the 44-yard line, and the defense making a play on 3rd down. They kick it away on 4th down. That ball will make its way out of bounds, and they'll mark it dead at the 15. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field.
You just wonder about this guy's confidence right now. After fumbling in his last game, he's just fumbled again now. He seems like he's a little bit unsure of himself, and because of that, if you're the offensive coordinator, how many more times do you want to go back to this guy in this game?
This offense has it with really good field position. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Got it in the middle. It's Tyson. That completion will take it close to the 5-yard line. They'll mark it at the 6.
Brings up 2nd down.
Running back searching for a hole. He just kept those big, powerful thighs churning, but he'll be knocked down at the 1. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Caught in the backfield, it's Strickland. And it's in there for a touchdown. He has been surgical. Precision passes, using the scalpel, the fine instrument, rather than the blunt one.
And the defense has had absolutely no answer for it. Just, he's been down their throats all game long, a step ahead, understanding what he's seeing, and just destroying this defense.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point puts them on top 21-7. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Big one this week in the SEC. Heck, they're all big ones in that conference. Kentucky has the lead right now. Feels like it's been this way since the players took the pregame catwalk. But this has been a very close game. They're up by a field goal over Missouri. Just another week of SEC football where we've...
Breaks into the open. An explosive play in the running game as he's got the 1st down.
And I tell you what, we can focus on the left side of the line of scrimmage because that's where the play starts. But you don't get big gains when you run out wide unless wide receivers, yes, wide receivers, commit to blocking, staying on their guys. Really good job on the outside by giving the running back space to make the big play.
Stopped at the 47-yard line, a 10-yard gain, and they'll move the markers. Wide receiver going in motion. Off-play action on 1st down. Quickly out to the tight end. And an absolutely fearless tackle, giving up size, still got him on the turf. On the ground, it's Poe. This time they stop him behind the line of scrimmage, and boy, that has been rare in this one. If every journey begins with a step, this offense needs to step into a 3rd down conversion and then try to turn it into some scores, and fast. Got a man, it's Johnson. Good execution, they move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33. Washington State going back to work on 1st down. Looking to throw, it's Potter. Just can't pull the trigger, and the quarterback is sacked at the 41.
And nice answer by this defense. You give up a big play, you go take a big play. Sometimes you get down on yourselves and one play turns to 2. Nice job by this defense getting a sack, creating some momentum.
Have put themselves in dire straits after that last play. It's 2nd and a mile. Wants to go up top. Makes the grab. It's Poe. He'll be forced out of bounds. Big pickup on the play, and they'll mark him down at the 28. They're within field goal range at the 29. Let's see if they can pick up a few or the first down on 3rd and long. He gets right to the edge of the red zone. He's out of bounds at the 20. And the Cougars, once backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost, have put quite a drive together. They'll run it. It's Poe. He's stopped at the 14-yard line, and they'll stay on the attack from there. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Holds and fires complete to the right. They get him down, but this offense is set up 1st and goal from the 9.
At the 9-yard line. 1st and goal, Washington State.
They'll move the tight end. With the run on 1st and goal. And this one will be stopped for no gain. One more period to go, and we'll see just how much fight they've got left in them. They'd love to start this quarter off with a touchdown right here. Looking for a man. It's Potter. And the Heat gets there, and they get him down at the 14-yard line.
Offensively, I think we got to be a little bit more creative at this point. 2 plays ago, gain of no yards. Last play, he just gave up a sack. Let's think outside the box. This is a golden opportunity to put a touchdown on the board.
It's 3rd and goal and a long way from the end zone. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. He snares it in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington State.
Washington State.
Well, how about that? And after that touchdown, we might have a finish after all, Jesse.
I love it, Reese, and this team is not quitting. Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard right now, but they are clawing and they are scratching their way back in this game. They're going to keep going hard until this clock reads all zeros.
Getting set for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, they're down a touchdown, 21-14. Precise, relentless execution on that 13-play scoring drive. And they top it off with a 14-yard pass for the touchdown. And he's coming out of the end zone. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. Got it behind the line. It's Hardy.
This offense is not letting up, guys. They've got a lead here late, and they are still taking shots. They're still looking for explosive plays. This defense just has not had an answer here all game long.
And the Heat gets there, and they get him down at the 14-yard line. The number one job is to protect your quarterback, and they weren't able to do it long enough that time.
This offensive line, Reese, they've got to do a better job communicating pre-snap and try and figure out which people on defense are going to be rushing the passer. Right now, this offense just looks confused up front.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. And the defense gets loose, bringing the Heat, and down he goes again.
When you got 3rd and this long, everybody knows what's coming. It's going to be a pass. Defensive linemen get to tee off. They know exactly what's coming. Go get the quarterback. It is your dream. That is what you live for. It's what you practice in the offseason for. I want sacks just like that.
The punt team makes its way onto the field. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Makes the catch around the 50. And the punt team able to smack him to the ground. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. They reeled off a long touchdown drive the last time they had it. Much better field position this time around. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Wide open downfield. Touchdown, Washington State. A great catch and run for 6.
Quarterback's abilities to read the field is huge, and also the anticipation, the timing. To be able to throw the football, Jesse, and hit a guy in stride so he can get run after the catch and get in the end zone, that was a nice job by the quarterback.
Yeah, it's critical, David. And listen, a lot of times touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone. You've got to read the coverage, hit the open guy, and let him do the rest.
The extra point here would tie the game. And no problem on that extra point, and we have a tie ball game here in the 4th. They're coming out to tee it up for the kickoff, and that last score was a real buzzkill for this crowd. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the return man reaches the end of the line, and down he goes. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And the offense heads out onto the field to get the drive started. Wants to throw. It's Frost. Grab near the sticks. It's Dennis. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a first down.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. Wants to go up top on first down. Grabbed behind the line. It's Hardy. And it seems to be a lot easier for the quarterback to find this guy than it is for the defense.
Yeah, and I think this is a guy, Reese, that you can split him out and you can feel comfortable getting the football as many ways as possible because he is one of those matchup problems. Linebackers aren't going to be able to run with him, so try to find ways to maximize that little guy's speed and athletic ability.
They'll send the tight end in motion. Looking to throw on first down. Still strong pass rush. Gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
Well, that defender just was better in his one-on-one on the pass rush. He does a great job beating the offensive lineman to get to the QB.
Big first down sack for the defense. Brings up second down. Looking to fire. Here comes the heat. He's going to run it. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. Offense breaks the huddle. It's third down. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Just couldn't find a hole in this defense. They were ready for him and forced him out of bounds, and no gain on the play. They bring the punter onto the field now. This will be the 5th kick of the night. And that is just about a perfect punt as he pins them deep inside the 10-yard line. Catch in the middle, it's McClain.
Yeah, and what a nice job seeing it, reacting, and throwing. When you run these RPOs, you want to read the defense really quickly. Is he playing run? Okay, boom, I'm going to throw the slant right behind him. Nice job by the QB.
He's got it on the right. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. The Cougars are at the line looking to convert on 3rd and short. On 3rd and short, they'll ride the running back here. And the defense stands up this offensive line and stuffs him right at the line of scrimmage. He didn't get it. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. Really good job by the coverage team to make the stop, and that's where they'll put it in play. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Here's the pressure. And the quarterback will take a sack back at the 36.
And everybody knows when you're running that play action, that fake has to be great. Everybody has to bite it for it really to work. Defense didn't bite it, didn't bite the bait, went after the quarterback, got him on the ground.
Whistle blows, clock stops, and there are 2 minutes left to play in this one. They gave up the sack on first down. Now it's 2nd and 11. The give on the inside. And he's to the 48-yard line. That'll be good enough for a first down. Clock stops momentarily for the first down. They'll hurry to the line. Looking to pass. It's Frost. Finds his man. It's Tyson. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. Back to pass. Grab near the marker. It's Bell. They make the tackle at the 33, but he's ripped off 15 yards and picked up a first down. To the air on first down. They get to him as he throws. And it's intercepted. Oh, what a big play in a tie game. He goes down after the short return, but what a play to get the football back. They'll get this drive started from their own 26. They'll start this drive going to the air. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Poe. He goes out of bounds right at the 37-yard line. A good, productive play there to get things going. Motion from the wide receiver. Looking to throw on first down. That's reeled in. It's Poe. Nice gain on that play, but leaves it a little short of the first down. They'll go up top on 2nd and short. Fires to the big fella. Timeout on the field, and we've got a dandy all tied up late in the 4th. Looking downfield on first down. Hauls it in.
In the slant route, you got to put that foot in the ground and cut in a hurry so you can create a little bit of separation from that cornerback, and a nice job with the concentration, plucking that football, pulling it in.
The Cougars with a 2nd and short to keep this drive moving. Off the boot, looking for his man. Fires to the big fella. Stop is made at the 35-yard line, a 5-yard gain there, and it's a first down. And the Cougars come to the line with a new set of downs. Scanning the field, it's Potter. Pressure coming. And he can't find anyone open, and down he goes. A sack here late in the 4th. To the air on 2nd down. Rushes on him. That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. They'll try to pick up a few here on 3rd down, but from here it would be a 60-yard attempt. They'll move the wide receiver. The run from the shotgun. Inside the 30. There he goes. Knocked out of bounds at the 7-yard line. The big run's going to make it 1st and goal. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Now the chance to pay off that big play from just outside the 5. He wants to throw it. Quarterback just flat missed it. Incomplete. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Back to throw, and he needs to make a play. Not quite in rhythm there. Incomplete. It's 3rd and goal and 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Touchdown, Wazoo! And in the final moments, they've taken the lead.
Late in the game, as a coach, you're trying to find something that will work. And how about the big fella, the tight end, comes up huge. You needed a play, you found him, and he delivered.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. The extra point is good, and now in the fourth, they're up by a touchdown and an extra point. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. He'll take a knee as a touchback save every second he can as they try to put together this final drive. The drive starts from their own 25-yard line. Working the middle, it's complete. The offense will quickly use a timeout. They've got to move quickly here. Still a chance, but they've got to force the ball down the field. He's taking a deep shot late in the game. And the DB forcing the incomplete pass with the deflection. No time to waste here. They've got to get set and pick up chunk yardage. Pocket breaking down. Couldn't find anyone open here, and he'll live to fight another play. It'll be third down. Got to get everybody lined up quickly. Time winding away, and they've got to push the ball down the field. Here's a heat. Nowhere to go with the ball, and down he goes at the 39.
4 yards on the play. Offense facing 4th down.
Last chance coming up. Bringing the heat. And that is how we will wrap this one up. Sometimes it's just not your day. Things just didn't work, and that seemed to be the case here.
Yeah, they didn't get the W. They didn't do enough. But now you start to think about what could I have done differently? What do I need to become more offensively? Defensively, what can I morph into to make those extra plays, Jesse? That might be the difference in the next game that I play.
Yeah, David, they just need a little bit more. They need a little bit better effort next week. They're going to need better preparation this week in practice. There's no doubt this team has a lot of talent, but we just need a little bit more to ensure that this doesn't happen next week.
That will put the wrap on things from here. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis. You've been watching another presentation. The final home game of any college football season is cause for celebration. Senior Day, a perfect way to celebrate and remember all of the accomplishments of this group of leaders. Welcome to Court Palace, Reser Stadium, home of the Oregon State Beavers. As we'll see a team from the Pac-12, a team ready to put on a show. Taking on a squad hoping to prevent another L this week, the Oregon State Beavers. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, joined here in the booth as by David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. Guys, let's tee this one up. The Beavers will kick it off to get us underway. On the run from inside his own 5. He's got great speed. He's on the loose. And there he goes. They won't get him. It's a touchdown. He is headed to the sideline with a little bounce in his step after scoring on that kick return.
And he should have some bounce in his step. How about the effort, weaving in and out, covering all that space, great blocking on the play, and he does the rest. You don't put guys back deep that can't roll. And you could see when he got in the open field, he rolled out.
And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. Well, I'd say that's quite a way to make an early statement. Take the opening kickoff and run it all the way back for a touchdown. And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. So the Oregon State Beavers offense will go to work first. There's a receiver who's going to draw some attention, Jesse, but really, he's just part of this whole offensive puzzle.
He hasn't been the most consistent guy when it comes to catching the ball for this offense this year, but he has had some big moments. He has had some big games as well. And, David, you know, from a roster standpoint, they're generally not going to overmatch or overwhelm anybody from the receiver spot, but this is a dude that can get it done.
I think that's the biggest point that you made. It's a guy that has the potential to make big plays. And if you're pointing to a guy, he is...
Pass rush coming after the quarterback, and they get him at the 32. Not sure exactly what led to that, whether the protection wasn't right or the quarterback just didn't see it, but the result was a negative play and a sack.
Well, one thing I do know is that quarterback had no chance to get that ball downfield. That pocket was breaking down, and it was breaking down quickly. There were just too many bodies in that backfield for the QB to make anything happen.
The Beavers now with a long way to go to pick up the first down. Second down, he'll throw it. Under fire. He's going to take off. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Third and long from the 42. If they can get some of it, it might give them a chance to go for it on fourth down. Grabbed over the middle. It's Bowers. That'll be enough for the first down, and they'll mark it at the 48. And the Beavers are marching down the field. Finds his man. It's Carr. Found a little bit of room to operate, but he'll be stopped just short of the first down. Let's see what they've got on second down. Wants to go up top. Going for the big play. He is lucky to get that one back, and the last thing you want is to turn it over on your opening drive. The Beavers come to the line on third and short, hoping to keep the drive alive. They thought they could just run it on third and short, but this defense was there to make the stop. This offense wants to get out of the gate fast on their first drive of the game, plus territory. They'll go for it. Intercepted, and the first drive ends with a pick. He's knocked down, but what a play to come up with the interception. So the opening drive of the game, and you spit it up. That's not the way to get things started.
Coaches are always preaching about not committing penalties and winning the turnover battle. So you're able to go on this first drive, and you're doing a couple positive things, and then turn it over, not the start this offense wanted.
Motion from the wideout. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Oh, and he gets the ball back. Lucky to do so. Guess it could have been worse. Good presence of mind by the quarterback there to not panic when the ball went on the ground and able to get it back.
I would just like to see better ball security, Reese, from the quarterback, too. You know, you got to keep two hands on the ball at all times. It doesn't matter. You're looking downfield. You know you're going to have guys around you trying to swat away at the football. Got to keep 2 points of pressure at minimum on that ball, and the quarterback lucky to fall on that one.
You want to talk about hearts and throats when that ball was on the ground? The offense recovered its own fumble. Pulls it in. It's Tyson. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time. To the air. It's Frost. Got it in the middle. It's Tyson. That's the kind of play that can really get you going as they have a first down at the 43. Wants to throw on first down. And they took a shot on that one but couldn't make the connection. It's incomplete. Working well behind the sticks on second down. Out of the gun. The running back has it. Turning it on. Ridden out of bounds at the 45. A big play for this offense. The offense sets up shop at the 46 on first down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Finds the tight end. And he broke one tackle on the way to a solid pickup there. They're about to run a dirty half-dozen plays on this drive. Handoff to the fullback. Didn't get much done on that run. He'll fight his way out and maybe pick up a yard. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Defense trying to come up with a stop on third and short from the 37. Surging forward on the sneak. They've got it at the 36 on first and 10. Wants to go up top on first down. Makes the catch. He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the first down. They'll go to work in the air on second down. Just missed his man, gave him just a little too much. Now facing a third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Catch in the middle, it's Tyson. He did not make it a stone wall on third down. Now on fourth down, they'll settle for a field goal try. Never a doubt for this big-footed guy. 49-yard field goal is good. After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. He'll bring it out. It's Walker. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Oregon State has it back, and here comes the Beaver offense. They've spotted them a 10-0 start. Now to see if they can answer on this drive. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on second down. They'll run it behind the big guys on the left. There was just nowhere to cut back. Great job by the defense, and he'll have to take the loss. On third and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. The Beavers will try to pin them back with the punt. First time we've seen their punt team this afternoon. Fair catch is brought in at the 43, and they are set up nicely. First snap of this drive comes from their own 44. Sends it back in motion. To throw, it's Frost. Takes the easy completion. And the defense had that one well covered. Just a short game there. Well, will they dial up on second, and a long way to go. They'll go to the fullback. Fights off the defender. And they make the stop, and that will likely bring us to the end of the first quarter. This offense had a little extra time to think about it. Let's see what they have on third down. They largely dominated the first quarter and built a nice lead to get started. It'll be third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. A shot toward the end zone. Oh, he had it. The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers. And here comes the punt team. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Oregon State takes over, ready to send the offense onto the field. Things haven't gone exactly the way they drew it up. Turnover, punt. Oh, he's got some space. Big play for this offense as they get it to the 32. And the Beavers are in the hurry-up.
You could tell he saw that grass open up, and he was not handing that football off. He was taking it himself. His eyes got enormous. Chewed up the big play. Nice big chunk play for this offense.
Time running out, and he goes down at the 34.
Well, the defense basically played that one perfectly, right? Against the RPO, they did a nice job staying back, hanging, watching the quarterback's eyes, and taking away any throw. And when he decided to try to keep the football and scramble to his left, they were all over him. Great job defensively, playing together as one unit on that one.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again.
We talked to the offensive staff coming into this one. They knew going up against the top 25 defense with respect to sacks per game that they had to do a good job protecting the QB, but they have not been able to get that done so far. They've already now allowed 3 sacks in this game.
The Beavers will send out the punt unit. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. And no chance for the return man to get his hands on that one as it hops out of bounds. Let's see what this offense has dialed up this time. Looking to throw, it's Frost. Punts it out of the air. Boy, that was a precision play all the way around. Throw, catch, tackle, bang, bang, bang. After that last completion, it's 2nd down. Looking to fire. Oh, they're after him. Here comes the rush, and they've got it wrapped up at the 28. The pocket broke down, and the quarterback had to take the sack.
Really impressed by this pass rush, Reese. Just guys winning their individual battles one-on-one up front. They're able to get to the quarterback.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. Give to the fullback. Got enough for the first. And he's brought down after a nice gain. It's 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. That's caught. It's Tyson. Good pickup there as he gets the first down, and they'll mark him at the 48. Looking to throw on 1st down. It's incomplete, and I tell you, this sophomore quarterback's lucky to get that one back. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Back to pass. Got his man. Excellent job rallying to the ball, and they knock him down.
Well, and a nice job working the middle of the field. I think it's so important to keep defenses honest, and you can't just dink and dunk outside. You got to work the middle. Great job finding this wide receiver over the middle of the field.
They've got to come up with a big play on this 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Just too much of a rush, and down goes the quarterback just behind the midfield stripe at the 49. The defense coming up big there, and the sack is great, but the secondary deserves some credit too.
No doubt. When you can cover like that in the secondary and drop back in your zone and only rush a few, and you feel comfortable getting home, and they're going to get to the quarterback, that is a great feeling, and it's fun to be a defensive coordinator calling the plays.
Gets it away, good distance, but more importantly, just the direction he wanted. Oregon State has it back, and here comes the Beaver offense. That last drive won't go on the highlight reel after ending in a punt. They'd like to be more productive this time, David.
And I think this offense has to be a little bit more balanced. Find a little balance between the run, Jesse, and working in that pass.
And I think, too, David, it's just going to take a spark. It just takes one play to get this thing picked up and going.
Back to pass on 2nd down. Under fire. Looking down the middle. Holds it in. They They bring him down, but the big play will move the sticks. The Beavers will hustle to the line.
And you see so many smart wide receivers, so many smart tight ends nowadays that they know where the holes in those zones are, and they work with.
And here's a fumble way behind the line. It's as if that ball had a magnet going back to the offense. How in the world did they keep it?
Well, ball security doesn't just apply to running backs and receivers. QB's got to keep two hands on the ball as well. And they're very lucky after that fumble that the offense jumped on.
This offensive line has just been unable to keep them away from the quarterback. Now it's 2nd and long. Now the play fake. The short hands. It's Hatcher. Breaks into the open. They finally get to him. But what a play there to pick up the first down.
And that's why this guy is such a weapon in this offense, because you don't have to throw it far downfield. Just get the ball in his hands. He catches it close to the line of scrimmage, but look what he was able to do after the catch. He gets an explosive play for this offense.
From the red zone, looking for a space. And the defense, they've got him at the 27.
Boy, this defense is ridiculous. On point. They know how to rush the passers. Multiple guys getting it done. 5 sacks, and we are still in the first half.
These guys are bringing serious heat. They are like sharks swarming and just getting after the passer. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. And he was able to get back on top of it. Tried to get there by himself, but he is stopped short, and it'll be 4th down.
Good awareness by the offense. You never want to see the ball on the ground, but a nice job understanding to just kind of jump on it and make sure you keep possession.
It's 4th down, and they'll try the field goal. He'll try to put up the 3 ball from 43 yards away. Never a doubt. This is now a 7-point game. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, your game is a big one, but so is this battle right now inside the Big Ten. Illinois is ahead right now, but the school that produced the likes of Dick Butkus and Red Grange has some work to do before this is over. They're up by 4 over Purdue. We'll let you know if anything else comes out of Big Ten country from this one. Back to you.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Here comes the heat. Good hands in there by the defense to force the incompletion. So now it's 2nd and long. The give to the fullback. There he goes. He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be 1st down. They moved the chains on the ground last time. Let's see if they try to hit him up top. Here's the pressure. Just too much heat that time, and they knock him down at the 31.
Man, this offense, they gotta find something. They gotta get in a rhythm somehow. So far, no success, not protecting the quarterback. Really, the only good thing I can say so far is they haven't turned the football over.
They gave up the sack on 1st down. Now it's 2nd and 11. Dropping back, it's Frost. Pressure coming. And he feels the heat coming, and it burns him up. Another sack. We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. On 3rd and long, you'll need to push it downfield. Got a man. It's Tyson. Across the 40 out of bounds at the 41, and a That big pickup has this offense on the move. I'm not sure what good that did. The completion's fine for the percentage and the stats, but the result's the same. Not enough for the first down. Punt team on the field. He'll get it out to about the 20-yard line, and that's where they'll mark him down. They take over late in the half, enough time to put together a drive. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. And that will be incomplete. Man, that would have been a big hitter if they could have done it, but second down coming. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Looking to go up top, and time's running out in the half. Just a short pass to the tight end. Timeout called by the defense. It's their first of the half as they'll go to the sideline and try to make adjustments. On third down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Makes the catch. It's Carr. They'll make the stop about 3 yards short of the first down. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. No chance for a return. He makes the fair catch at the 26, and that's where they'll go to work. Wasting no time throwing on this drive. Got the big tight end on the corner route. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. The offense calls timeout, and they won't have any more left this half. Wide receiver comes in motion. Looking downfield, it's Frost. Makes the grab. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. Just a few seconds remaining here as they try to put something up before halftime. To the air on first down. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to avoid the loss. They'll have just enough time to get one more snap before the half. Wants to throw. They'll have to be efficient against the clock. Incomplete. He took a shot on the final play of the quarter and couldn't quite find his man. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Guys, you've been calling a lively one from there in Corvallis. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today. And with that, let's send it back to the fellas inside Reser Stadium.
They're lined up and ready to kick off this second half. He'll bring it out. It's Walker. Rolling the dice to bring it out of the end zone did not work out as he stopped at the 13. Oregon State takes over, ready to send the offense onto the field. Solid gain to get him out close to the 20. Pick up a 5 to the 19. And the Beavers racing to the line in the hurry-up.
The offense has a little bit of success on the ground, and they're up. Look at them. They're ready to go again. Back on the line of scrimmage, ready to run another play.
Makes the tackle at the 30 after he picked up 10. Pulls and fires it complete to the right. And he's down at the 41. That's a first down. The Beavers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Back in motion, try to clear the picture. Can't make the connection. The pressure there caused the missed timing. Behind the chains now on second and long. Wants to go up top. Unleashes one. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and third down is coming. Trying to pick up a first down. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. Good pick up there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41. Looking to throw on first down. Strong pass rush gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
They got more sacks than a grocery store. Goodness gracious, time and time again, getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground. This defense having their way.
The Beavers trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. Second down, they'll go to the air. He just got rid of that one to save the down. Didn't see anything he liked. This will be the 8th play of the drive, but a great opportunity for the defense to get off the field. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. Sometimes the ball just bounces your way, and the offense very lucky to keep possession on that one.
That ball carrier is very lucky. That easily could have ended up in the hands of the defense. You have got to do a better job with ball security.
And the Beavers send out the punt unit. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Takes it on the return. Cover guys do their job, and they get him stopped at the 22-yard line. 3 tight ends in the formation on 1st and 10. He'll pull it on the read. Picks up the first down. They've got it to the 49-yard line, and they'll move the chains. Took just one play, and they got it almost to midfield. First down from the 49. Leaves it with the back. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. Give to the back. Oh, he's got a chance. Turning it on. He's brought down, but it'll be enough for a first down. So they move the sticks on the run. Let's see what they do with this one. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Run it with the fullback. Right there to stop him, and that'll be a loss of 3. It'll be 3rd and long. Quick pass to the left, trying to get it to the marker. Finds a crease at the 20. A huge chunk play as he gets it all the way down to the 11. His offense lines up feeling awfully good after that big play. Tight end now in motion. Back to throw, it's Frost. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Trying play action. Tight end finds a soft spot. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion. They lost yardage. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Snagged in the end zone. Velcro on the hands, and it's a touchdown.
Really nice job by the quarterback there of just letting the play develop. He had his eyes down in the middle of the field, and I think when he saw that deep middle area vacated, he said to himself, I've got a guy running right into that area. I'm throwing this thing on time, and this is going to be a touchdown. That's exactly what happened.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point was good. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Big Ten action right now, and wait till you see how things are playing out in this one, fellas. Illinois is ahead right now, but the school that produced the likes of Dick Butkus and Red Grange has some work to do before this is over. They're up by 4 over Purdue. We'll circle back to this Big Ten battle. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Off the play fake. Rushes on him. Fires to the tight end. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. The Beavers line up trying to move the sticks on 3rd and short. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Finds his tight end. He'll make a play on 3rd down. He's got enough for the first as they mark it at the 32. Looking downfield on 1st down. Right on the money. Makes the grab almost to the 1st down marker, but a good pickup on that one. The Beavers can play this 2nd down a lot of ways with just a few yards to go. Pocket breaking down. Time running out, and he goes down at the 34.
The defense is just killing it. Success after success after success. If I'm the offense, I got to change something up, or my quarterback's going to be forced to change because he's going to be in the injury tent.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. And the Beavers will call on their punt team. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. He'll get away another punt. He's been really active today, and no doubt he's going to earn his varsity letter. Opening play of this drive will come from their own 23. Quarterback on the keeper. Ball is loose. Defense falls on the ball. Going to be a turnover.
And I tell you what, it's hard to be a quarterback in an option offense when you got so many things you have to be accountable for, and then you got to take care of the football, right? When you do make the decision to run, right or wrong, it's your decision. Now you got to wrap that thing up. You can't fumble the football.
Oregon State has it back, and here comes the Beaver offense. They've punted the last 3 times they've had it, and now really needing to put a score on the board on this possession. Stopped at the 13-yard line as they try to turn this into points. Going to swing it on 2nd down. Fires into the end zone. Touchdown, Oregon State. Grabbed in the end zone to put 6 on the board.
The great thing about spreading a defense out, I can see where the blitz is coming from. I can see where they're weak. I can see my matchups. Nice job by the offense, spreading them out, taking advantage of their matchup, and getting in for the score.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. Kickoff unit is out there again, and this crowd is feeling themselves after that last drive. On the move from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. A lot of work to do as this drive will start from the 16-yard line. Looking downfield, it's Frost. Unloads to the wideout. A strike downfield. Gets enough for the first down, but not sure they'll get another play off here in the 3rd quarter. Not only is the scoreboard on their side, but so too is time as we open the 4th. They'll go back to work with a first down in the final period. They'll leave it with him. Oh, he's got some space. Talk about a timely run. Gets the first down. Clock keeps moving as they try to finish the deal. Gets the back moving. Wants to throw on first down. Blasted as he lets it go. He's got an open man. Good, solid pickup there. Now they can start to smell it with a first down at the 31. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. And they'll line up from the 31 on first down. The give to the back. Got the first down and still on his feet. All the way into the end zone for a touchdown. As they push that lead out, a really good opportunity to get back in the win column.
I like the aggressive play calling by the offensive coordinator on that drive as well. There are a lot of coaches that would have played it very conservative, very close to the vest, run the ball, and punt it away, count on your defense. Not this guy. He was going to take some shots, count on his own guys to get it done. And now with that touchdown late, they've got a 2-possession lead.
And the extra point is true, and they have a 2-touchdown lead, up 14 in the fourth. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Oregon State takes over, ready to send the offense onto the field. They'll run the RPO and throw it right.
A good start by this offense. Something positive on the first play. The drive is good. Listen, the hill is large, right? Like this, we need 2 scores. We got to have 2 touchdowns to get that.
They get enough rush, and it pays off. The sack at the 20.
This defense right now is pinning their ears back with a huge lead in the fourth quarter, and you're seeing that coming off the edge. They're not even respecting run because they don't have to. They know that this opponent is going to throw the football. They're taking wider splits. They're getting up the field. They're using their speed, and that time tracking the quarterback down for a big sack.
Now 3rd and long, and trying to play catch-up in more ways than one after that earlier sack. Here's a heat. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
And 3rd and long, and the offense goes with a little play action. I don't know why the threat of the run. I'm not scared by that. You can tell the defense doesn't honor it, doesn't buy it, flies by the line, gets to the quarterback, gets the big 3rd down stop.
The Beavers line up to punt it away. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. A fair catch taken just inside the 40-yard line. Offense making its way onto the field to start the drive. Receiver on the move gets the touch pass. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. Looking for a man, it's Frost. Quickly to the tight end. And he's able to shed 1 tackle, but still, just a very short gain. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. This defense will try to force a 4th down on 3rd and short from the 45. The give to the fullback. Slithers into space. And he'll ramble to the 34 before he's finally knocked down. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. Fullback's got it. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Kept it on the ground on 1st down. Let's see what they do on 2nd. He leaves it with his back. Breaks into the open. Brought down after a good pickup, and they're in the red zone at the 20. They're down to the 20, 1st and 10. Good, solid tackle. Now on 2nd down, they want to keep moving forward and keep that clock churning. Looking for space, it's Hardy. Got some room, headed to the goal line. So close to that end zone, he could almost taste it, but it'll be 1st and goal for this offense. Slams ahead. He's in for the touchdown. They've now extended that lead, and they're trying to hang on for a Week 12 victory.
Wow, this offense, they have a lot of faith in this running back, knowing if they get down at this area of the field, he can get it done and he can answer the bell. 2 rushing touchdowns already for this offense.
He'll try to tack on 1 more. And the extra point, splits the uprights, and they're up a full 3 touchdowns, a 21-point cushion in the fourth.
Set to kick this one away.
He'll bring it back looking for help. And they'll get him on the ground as the offense comes out to start the next drive. Oregon State has it back, and here comes the Beaver offense. They went 3 and out the last time they had it, and at this point of the game, you just can't afford many of those. He found a hole, got about 5. He's down at the 21. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wants to go up top on first down. Got it set up on the outside. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play.
Well, the defense didn't have a lot of time to celebrate that last big play because here's the offense right away back at the line.
Pressure all over the quarterback, and down he goes at the 24. Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort. And he's got it inside the 35. And he picks up a huge chunk of yards on that play before he's finally hauled down. Looking to throw on first down. Quickly out to the tight end. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. The Beavers want to crank the tempo. Got it in the middle. It's Bauer. There he goes. He's brought down, but he's got him inside the 10. First and goal from the 8. Wants to throw again. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Bring in the heat. Lets it fly. Touchdown, Beaver! Made the grab in the end zone for the score.
Man, really nice job attacking the middle of the field. You see those safeties, man, I want to split them. He splits it right down the middle, throws that post, right on the numbers, catches the ball in the end zone, touchdown.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, they're now down 31-17. They are running out of time here. They need to get the ball back. They'll line up for the onside kick. They'd hope to get that thing bouncing around, but the hands team is able to corral it. Here comes the offense onto the field again. The give, and tick, 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 tick. Quick timeout called by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible. They've got to come up with a big play on this 3rd and long. To the air, it's Frost. Under fire. Makes the grab. They'll knock him down right at the 35-yard line. Still a lot of ground to cover to get to the first down marker. The punt team makes its way onto the field. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. They'll snap it from the 20 for the opening play of this drive. Oh, they're after him. That's caught. It's Hatcher. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Clock's running, and they'll try to get to the line warp speed for 2nd down. Under fire. A deep throw as the clock winds down.
I'll tell you, this offense just can't afford too many more incompletions because time's running out in the game. They need big plays in the passing attack, vertically down the field, and they've got to score some touchdowns.
The tackle is made at the 25-yard line, and that'll bring up a 4th down. Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down attempt coming. Big tight end makes the grab. 1st down, still on his feet. And they finally get him to the ground. An easy conversion for this offense. Defense not exactly the perfect 4th down call there. Here comes the heat. Nowhere to go with the ball, and down he goes at the 39. They'll hurry to the line with the clock still running. Wants to fire on 2nd down. The sure hands, it's Bauer. Hard-hitting tackle. They're at their fastest tempo trying to get off this 3rd down play. From the gun, wants to pass. Here's the pressure. Here's a throw downfield late. A sensational grab down the field there as they try to at least put a positive spin on the end of this game.
Well, this offense has a ton of work left ahead of them here in this 2-minute situation late in the game, but the drive off to a good start. You get the 1st down, you get out of bounds, you work in the perimeter of the field. That is exactly what you want to do.
They ripped off a huge chunk, and now a little chunk is needed to pay it off. Looking to throw. Got his man quickly. Offense takes a timeout. 27 seconds left. They keep pushing forward. Now back to work on 2nd and goal from the 6. Looking to fire. Pressure coming. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16. And the Beavers headed quickly to the line. On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Couldn't find a man and just had to throw it away to avoid a negative play. A field goal really doesn't do much for you in this situation, so they'll go for it on 4th and goal. Looking to get it in. And he strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Oregon State!
And that sure feels like too little, too late. This offense, they needed to score and execute faster, but there's not enough time to me, man. This feels like this one's over.
So maybe just to make the final score look a little better, they'll go for 2 here. Lipstick on a pig, anybody? Trying to barge their way in. He's not going to make it in, and the decision to go for 2 does not work out. Looks as if the hands team will be able to recover the ball.
Yeah, and this is why you put your hands team on the field most of the time. When you know it's coming, and you put those guys that are great catchers of the football. The first guys, what do? They go block. They go blow somebody up. The next guys catch the football, secure it, get your butt on the ground. And most of the time when you do this, the ball game is over.
You want to talk about building confidence? Coming through with clutch plays, making the winning plays at the right time can really set the course for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Reese, maturity and experience matters. And this team has guys that have played a lot of snaps. They've seen a lot of looks, and they've lost close games like this in the past. That wasn't the case today, David. Too many guys out there making big-time plays.
And I think belief is what you build. That confidence, you know you're going to win. You don't think you're going to win. You know you're going to make that play in the big moment that continues to build on week-to-week success. And you look up and you're like, dang, we strung a couple wins together.
Thanks so much for spending some time with us. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. The final home game of any college football season is cause for celebration. Senior Day, a perfect way to celebrate and remember all of the accomplishments of this group of leaders. Welcome to Boise, Idaho, and Albertson Stadium, home of the Boise State Broncos. As we'll see a squad from the Pac-12, a crew looking to make a statement, taking on the 17th ranked team in the land, the Boise State Broncos. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, joined here in the booth by a couple of legends, and yes, we do use that term loosely. David Pollack from the University of Georgia and former Gator Jesse Palmer. Guys, let's get down to the field. And the Broncos will put total leather to crank us up. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Let's take a quick second to call out some of the impact players their coaches mentioned in meetings this week. Anything you guys heard that really resonated with you?
Yeah, I love when coaches talk about guys that bring it every single day. Like, that we can depend on them. They can get other guys lined up. They're always motivated. They're always being a great teammate. These are the guys that coaches love.
And big-time play. Big plays in big games, right? These are
handoff from the gun. They'll knock him down after a pickup of 1 to the 18. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Off play action. Finds his big tight end. The blue turf rumbling on this 3rd down attempt as the Bronco fans exhort the knee. Back to pass, it's Frost. Grabbed in the middle, it's Tyson. That's the kind of play that can really get you going as they get it out to the 36. Big fullback's got it. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Creates a little room. Several defenders there to get him on the ground. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They have it at the 43, 3rd and short, trying to avoid making a decision on 4th down. They'll power it inside with the fullback. Gets it to the 46-yard line. 1st down for this offense. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Caught close to the marker, it's Bell. Man, this sophomore quarterback unleashed a cannon on that one. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Unleashes one deep. And that one's way too far for everybody. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. He'll keep it himself. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. 9th play of the opening drive coming up, but now they face a 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. He lost one down the sideline. Oh, right through his hands. They came out attacking, wanted to impose their will, and they missed a big chance on that one. First one of the day is booted away. They ran him out there 4 times in the victory last week. So Boise State's offense taking the field. First chance we have to see them today. And what a performance, an aerial show for this guy in the last game. And he has to have a ton of confidence coming into this one, Dave.
Yeah, it was a great week. And watching that tape before this game, like you could tell, man, he was seeing it quick. The ball was coming out, just touchdowns at will, a really nice day. And I think, Jesse, you take that and you start to build on it for this offense and really continue to trust him to make plays through the air.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he really earned his offensive coordinator's trust after that performance. So I'm anticipating the playbook to expand a little bit in this game. Maybe see some new schemes in the passing game just based on what this guy was able to do the last time he took the field.
Back to pass, it's Fafita. Rushes on him. He'll try to do it himself. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. Offense gets set for 2nd down. Leaves it with the running back. Turning it on. They make the stop, and he'll have enough yardage for a first down. The Broncos look to keep this drive humming. To the air on first down. Fakes the grab on the left.
Nice complimentary football we're seeing from this team here early. Defense did their job in the opening drive, and now your offense is doing their job too. Really nice throw that time by the quarterback. You've got to love what you're seeing on both sides of the ball if you're this team's head coach.
And the Broncos in a good spot here with 2nd and short. He'll do it himself. Makes his man miss. At the 35, he's loose. They'll finally get him on the ground, but not before he makes it to the 30 and gets a first down. Looking to throw on first down. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on first down. 2nd down coming. Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down. Back to pass. Caught over the middle. It's Bates. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground covered. Pick up the first. He's looking to throw on 3rd and short. Grab near the marker. It's Bates. They'll say he stepped out of bounds right at the 17. They go to the ground. He'll be hauled down just inside the 10 at the 9 as they're trying to turn this into a score. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. They'll run play action. Working that left side now. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. They'll run the sneak for it.
The offense just continues to matriculate the ball downfield, and they're finding a lot of different ways to generate these first downs. They do it right there on the quarterback sneak.
And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Time for one more snap before the end of the quarter. Dropping back, it's Fafita. And this defense has maxed out this pressure. Another sack. We've reached the end of the first quarter, and it has been a defensive battle, and the stats tell the tale so far. Let's see if the offenses can find a little rhythm here in the second. They'll try to open the quarter by cashing in on this big opportunity deep in the red zone. On 3rd and long, he'll have to turn it loose deep. Active hands from the defense forcing that incomplete pass. And they'll send out the field goal unit. The holder will spot it about 35 yards out. And this one splits the uprights. And that'll put the first points of the game on the board. It's 3-0.
And he'll take that first drive. Like, you wanted a touchdown, but you gave the people here at home something to cheer about on that first drive. Move the football enough to get your kicker an opportunity and to put 3 on the board.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. And let's see what kind of ball plays this offense has ready. Fires to the big fella. Caught, and he's close to a first down on the nice pickup there. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Wants to go up top. And the heat will get home, and the quarterback goes down at the 17.
All right, this quarterback is going to have to start playing with the clock going off in his head. He knows he cannot hold on to the football too long. With players like that, getting after him.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. Looking to throw, it's Frost. Pocket breaking down. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again.
How great great is it if you're a defensive coordinator that you know I can put 6 DBs on the field in my dime package and I can still get home rushing 4. My guys up front are better than your guys, and we're going to go prove it, and they did just that.
They bring the punter onto the field now. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. Looks it all the way in, and now turns his attention upfield. Looking everywhere for room to run, but really good coverage, and he'll step out of bounds. Off the play fake on first down. Makes the grab. It's Marshall. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. Makes the grab. It's Marshall. The Broncos can really attack on this 2nd and short. Tight end in motion. See how the D reacts. He'll pull it on the read. Oh, he was in the backfield immediately. A 3-yard loss. A little less room to work with now as the ball's at the 28 and it's 3rd and long. Snagged in the middle. It's Bates. He's got enough. It'll be a first down. They've got it at the 12. And the Broncos are rolling down the field. Looking downfield on first down. He'll throw it. Finds his big tight end. And they'll shove him out of bounds after the short gain. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. Looking for a man. It's Fafita. Lets it go to the end zone. Touchdown, Boise State. Fit it in the window for the score.
Great job by the wide receiver. The windows are so small in this area of the field. You saw him fight through the defender to make that catch on the TD.
Let's hold on just a minute here as the officials are going to have a second look. After taking another look just to confirm everything, the officials on the field got it right. Play will stand. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Guys, wanted to give you a quick update on a game happening in the Big Ten. Washington is trailing right now, but it's only a couple of points. That quarterback just needs to show the boys of a young Warren Moon, and they are right back in this. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Penn State. It's an outcome that, if it holds, will have Big Ten fans buzzing all week. Guys?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. He was looking for some place to put his foot in the ground, but the defense was everywhere, and he's knocked down behind the line. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. And here comes the punt team. Slips through the line. He was able to get that ball up to the 48-yard line before he stopped on the return. Boise State ready to send out that offense. Takes the handoff. It's Hardy. And he never had a chance. Just stopped cold as soon as he got it. The Broncos with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. Back to throw, it's Fafita. He's got him. Knocked down immediately, but a nice pickup on that one. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Ball's at the 47. They're looking at a 3rd down and short. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the wideout. What a job to lay out and make the catch. And the Broncos will line it up on 1st and 10. Wants to throw on 1st down. Fires to the wideout. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. They get him down, but this offense is set up first and goal from the 9.
And this has got to be so demoralizing for this defense right now, having given up multiple first downs on this drive. Somebody on defense has to step up, make a play, and stop the bleeding.
They'll run it on first and goal. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on second and goal. Looking to fire. Big fella moving. Gets it into the end zone, but there's a flag down. We'll see if this one is coming back. Maybe a momentary scare for that offense when they saw the flag. It's on, the defense declined, and the touchdown stands. Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Pulls it in, it's Bell.
Now, you've seen the evolution of these slot receivers. They're just matchup nightmares. They're hard to get your hand on. A lot of times, they're off the football. You can't jam them. These guys are so productive, and offenses really feature their best players most time in those slot positions.
Wants to throw. It's Frost. Gets it out quickly. Out across the 30 mark, down at the 35 after the 10-yard gain. Wants to go up top on first down. Catch in the middle, it's Bell. They'll get it to the 48, no need to measure, it's a first down. Wants to throw again. Fires to the big fella. Oh, he's got some space. He'll go out of bounds inside the 40. They'll mark it at the 39.
They say tight ends are a quarterback's best friend in the pass game because think about it. The tight end's the guy lined up closest to the quarterback, which means generally those are the easiest throws a quarterback has. You saw it on that play.
This first half of offense won't go on the highlight reel so far, but starting to get things moving, it's 1st and 10. Looking to throw on first down. With the catch, it's Strickland. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on second down. Back to pass. Unloads to the wideout. And that pass will be jarred loose on second down. That brings up third down. We'll see if the offense can move the chains after that incompletion. On third down, he drops to throw. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a fourth down. The punt team makes its way onto the field. He'll try to really get into this one. You'd think they would have had a good chance to down that one deep, but the bounce carries it into the end zone for the touchback. Pulls and fires complete. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And they are looking for a ball play that'll work. Now facing second and long from the 19. Looking for room. It's Hardy. Stopped in the backfield. He's going to lose 3 yards on the play.
Loss of 4.
Great job by the defense. Everybody firing off the ball, hitting their guys, holding their gaps, running to the football, nowhere to go.
On third and long, no secret what he needs here. Grabbed over the middle. It's Marshall. They pick up the first down. They'll mark him at the 34. Got to be expeditious here. The offense quickly calls timeout to stop the clock. Lining up from the 34 on first down. Looking to pass. It's Fafita. Got it in the middle. It's Hardy. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. The offense burns its third and final timeout of the half. Defense backing up, trying to keep everything in front. What will they dial up on second and a long way to go? Wants to go up top. Good job to toss that ball out of bounds and avoid the loss. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. The Broncos will punt this one away. Getting our first look of the afternoon at the punter. Here's the fair catch, and he'll make it close to the 20-yard line. Waning seconds of the first half, let's see just how aggressive they'll be. Out of the gun, they give to the back. Shut down in the backfield again, and that might do it here in the half. And what a way for this defense to wind up the quarter. We played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Gentlemen, this matchup on that Smurf turf, sign me up for another half in Boise. And it's been a dynamite first half, leading to a one-sided score right now. It's not over, but I think both sides know this is on the verge of a blowout. That opposing defense is inside its locker room right now wondering 2 things. What just happened, and what do we do now to try to make this respectable? With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Albertson Stadium.
And he'll bring it out of the end zone. Not nearly as much as he'd hoped when he brought it out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 15. Boise State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. Complete in the middle. They finally get him on the ground, but he's got an explosive play for the 1st down.
I love when you sell the run like that quarterback did right there. Stuck it in the belly of the running back, pulls it out, runs the play action. Great job of confusing the defense a little bit, making them honor the run, and then throwing the ball in the lanes right behind him.
Finds his man. It's Bates. They knock him down, but he's got enough to get it across the line and pick up the 1st down. The play action fake. Bought a little time, lets it go. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Going to the ground. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They'll have to get it to the 37 on 3rd down. To the air, it's Fafita. Snags it over the middle. Putting together a real scoring threat here as they pick up the 1st down at the 36. They'll keep it on the ground. He breaks a tackle. They knock him down inside the 30 at the 29. It's a pickup of 6. He's got it again. They bring him down, but not before he's able to pick up the 1st down. And the Broncos come to the line with a new set of downs. Using his legs, it's Hardy. Able to make the stop after a gain of 2 to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Looking to fire. Got his man downfield. They'll spot the ball at the 12 after that completion. The Broncos started this drive backed up in their own end, and now they've moved into position to score. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a 1st without scoring. They'll send the tight end in motion. The give on the option. He's tackled right at the 10-yard line, and they're trying to cash in on this drive. That last play, not what they had in mind, and they've got a long way to go to get it close to the goal line to pick up a 1st down. He's got it! Touchdown, Broncos! And the route is on.
Man, this defense has their hands full. football. They're dealing with a quarterback that is pinpoint accurate, making good decisions, and they're dealing with a wide receiving group that has a lot of speed and some burners on the perimeter. They might want to think about playing some more zone coverage moving forward. That's now 3 passing TDs they've allowed.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And he splits the uprights on the extra point. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. UCLA is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. They're trailing by just 4 to San Diego State. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Line getting set on second down. Now the play fake. Fires to the middle. He's got it. Good call, good execution as they move the chains and they have a first down at the 38.
And that's good enough for a first down.
Give to the big fullback. At midfield, he's got room. Now they're starting to feel it. They've got a first down at the 44. Offense in a bunch formation. Motion from the wide receiver. Off play action on first down. He rifles one deep down the middle. Grabs it inside the 10. Gets it inside the 5, down to the 4, and it'll be first and goal.
Well, if they're going to get back in this game, they need more plays like that. That was something that was missing in the first half. Explosive plays in the passing game, and they get one here, trailing early in the third quarter. Let's see if these receivers can make more plays like that as this game goes on.
They've hit him with back-to-back chunk plays. Now it's first and goal. Keeps it on the draw. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Now it's second and goal. Quarterback on the keeper. Gets behind the pads and slams into the end zone for the touchdown.
The defense has got to do a better job of taking the most dangerous man. That's the guy with the football in his hands. Force him to do something with it. You can't just let him keep the ball and go score.
How about this? These guys are going for 2. Dropping back, it's Frost. Makes the grab right along the sideline for the 2-point conversion. They're getting set to kick it away, and that last score took a little oomph out of this crowd. Coming out with it, it's Harmon. Not nearly as much as he'd hoped when he brought it out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 15. The Bronco offense back out there ready to give it another spin. Catch in the middle, it's Terry. And a pickup of 8 opens a world of opportunities on second and 2. And the Broncos with myriad options after that big pickup on first down. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Boy, could they use a conversion on third and short from their own 24. Finds the tight end. Now they'll really try to get this drive going. Good execution on third down as they have it first and 10 at the 31. To the air on first down. Finding an escape route. Breaks into the open.
This defense is going to have to be careful. Not only do they have to worry about this guy running the football, but they've got to keep their eye on him when he runs routes too. He is a versatile back.
They went right back to him, and this time the defense was all over him. Nothing to show for that run. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. more period to go, and we'll see just how much fight they've got left in them. So we open the final period with a third down play. Tries to surge ahead on the sneak.
Well, there wasn't a lot of mystery on that one, guys. Just simple QB sneak to keep this drive going. They've done a good job so far the entire drive, keeping the chains moving. Nice execution on the sneak. Good push up front. Quarterback picked the right side to tuck and run to, and let's see what they do to finish off this drive.
The Broncos with a 2nd and short to keep this drive moving. To the air, it's Fafita. Got him downfield. Breaks into the open on the touchdown Broncos! And the pummeling has started. They put up another score here in the 4th, and they are well on their way to an 11-1 regular season.
Yeah, salt into wound, right? Late in the 4th quarter, you can run the football, run this game out. No, sir. I'm going to continue to pad my stats, find my receiver out wide, and give me another touchdown.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. Use the play fake, now to throw. Just a short pass to the tight end. Good pickup, a little bit short of the sticks. Now on 2nd down. Trying play action. Fires to the tight end. Dragged down, but they'll move the sticks for a 1st down. Passing game kept this drive moving. Let's see if they try it again. Looking to throw on 1st down. That's reeled in. It's Bell. They'll get him at the 45, but he got 10 on that one. Now a 1st down from the 45-yard line. Looking downfield on 1st down. Knew where he wanted to go with it, but couldn't find his target. It's incomplete. So now it's 2nd and long. Couldn't connect on 1st down. Now back to the air. That's caught. It's Hardy. And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. Looking to throw again. Fires left. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. Down in the 4th quarter. It's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. It's picked off, and they ruined the drive with a turnover. He managed a few yards on that return, but the bigger play was the fact that they forced the turnover.
And that's a really good job by the defense, understanding the situation of football. It's 4th down. It's late in the game. You got a multi-possession lead. Take away all the deep stuff. Make them force the football into coverage. They do, and they stamp this game.
Boise State ready to send out that offense. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect it.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room, because they have gone out, everybody right now on the same page.
They'll get the 1st down. It's spotted on the 49. They moved the chains on the ground last time. Let's see if they try to hit him up top. Handoff to the single back. Made a defender miss. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. They'll move the tight end. The give to the back. Relying on that running game, and it works for about 3 yards to the 31. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. Rides the back on the option, the give. And how does he keep running? I'd be dizzy after a spin move like that. He's up to 90 yards on the ground, and that's just another routine day for this guy who's been among the nation's leaders in rushing all season long. Defense makes a stop, but the chains move, and it's 1st and goal from the 8. He'll keep it himself. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. They need 7 more yards to reach the end zone. It's 2nd and goal. Off the play fake. Into the end zone. Pass is broken up. Incomplete as they were trying to strike for 6. It's 3rd and goal and 3rd and long. Back to throw. It's Fafita. Looking for the score. Touchdown, Boise State. Quick strike through the air for the score. That score pushes this out to a comfortable margin, and they are oh so close to a 10-game winning streak.
It's another good decision by the quarterback. You've got to be impressed here. On that one, he finds his tight end, but all game long, whether it's receivers or running backs or tight ends, wherever the best one-on-one matchup has been, he's been able to take advantage of it, and that's why they've been able to score so many points.
The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, wanted to give you a quick update on a game happening in the Big 12. UCF has the lead right now, but this night's crowd is restless. They just haven't been able to separate themselves yet here inside the bounce house. They're up by 9 over Baylor. We'll keep you updated as this one goes forward, as this could shake up the Big 12 race significantly.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Wants to throw on 1st down. Punts it out of the air.
And this offense just hasn't found a way to kind of open it up. Like, they haven't found those explosive plays. It feels like the defense is kind of strangling them and staying really close to the line of scrimmage because of their lack of their big play ability over the top. This offense has to dial something up.
2 minutes now left in this one, and time is running short if they want to find a way to pull this one out. Now the defense will try to rise up on 3rd and short from the 21. From the gun, wants to pass. Makes the catch. It's Hardy. They'll make the stop about a yard short of the 1st down. Down by multiple possessions. They can't come up empty on this drive in the 4th quarter. They'll go for it on 4th down. He will not pick up the 1st down. The desperation play, and that one might have sealed their fate. They'll run it. They want to take their time here.
And I'm a fan of this, man. Run the football, eat the clock. We got the lead. This offense has put together a nice day, man. Like, just balance, rhythm, timing, play calling, everything has worked. That's why they built this lead.
There he goes. Headed to the end zone. He's got enough for the 1st down, and that ought to do it. They ought to be able to run out the clock from here.
And it's really nice to have a workhorse running back that you know you can feed and get productive gain after gain. Now over 100 yards. You've already got some separation on the scoreboard. I would continue to feed this workhorse.
He'll do it himself. And they're going to put another one into the end zone as they just keep piling points on the scoreboard.
Some would say run out the clock. Some would say I don't need to add points. But here's the thing. It's your job to stop them on defense. Now, listen, the handshakes, they might get a little bit interesting after this game, but the offense did their job.
On the run from inside his own 5. He stopped the return right there, and that will do it. This one is in the book. Not a lot of drama in this one as they just get punched in the face and lose by double figures.
Not a lot of drama, but there is a lot to fix on offense, on defense, on special teams. This team, David, they've got a lot to figure out.
Yeah, but you know what, Jesse? The coaches are going to be in a great mood. The bus rides, the plane rides, those will all be real fun. Practice this week, it's going to be a blast.
That's going to do it from here. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and you've been watching another presentation of EA Sports College Football.